Select member.
Bum, bum, bum. Oh boy.
Select stage. It's about to be a party up in here.
Only 4 videos yesterday? It was 2 yesterday? 2? And they were each like 2 minutes? That works. Okay, you can do it, you just gotta be fast. Yeah. Okay. There are 5, 10, 15, 17. There are 17 moves in the game that can be performed during a backdash, and 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. And 7 out of those 17 moves are the same input. Look at all this. Knockdown. Unless Shingo has something that I forgot about. Oh, maybe Shingo Cake is possible in the air. In which case, it's 8 out of 18. Okay, no. Oh, you can. Okay, that's a different input, so it's 7 out of 18. And that is, I believe, all of them. Unless Nakaru can do hers, but I don't think she can. What? Oh, that's only out from stance? Huh. Okay. I think that's all. I think there are only 18 moves, and Mai has 3 of those 18, including a climax. I assume Andy can't climax during his backdash. Oh, he can. What? That might have been a hop. No, okay. Who else is air supers? I didn't try. Pretty sure I tried them all. Jenny? Darley does a lot of damage, but no air moves. I'll probably play Yori instead of Rock. Yuri. About 400 for that last. So if they have, probably like 300 actually. Not really. Yeah. So if they end up with 300 or less health, I can do that. Really? I missed a hit, but that's probably never worth doing. It's probably not worth doing. Did what, 50 extra damage? That's average, actually. No, yeah, that has a use case. it's average, but Iori typically does more than average per bar spent. Like, how much does he get extra? bar. Where are you? Yeah, he gets plus 100, plus 100, plus 20, plus 80, plus 140, plus like 0, plus 80. Yeah, okay. So the one that I'm looking to use the most is the 2.5, which is this guy. And if they're cornered, oops. Oh. Look at that. Which is very meter efficient for 2.5. So that's another combo I should be thinking about. And he's still extremely meter efficient at 4, 4.5, and 5. Like, extremely efficient. Probably the most efficient character in the game. As an anchor with burst damage. In the corner, because of max mode. Oh. You know, that route. And here, then you either do that, or you do climax. And climax just straight up kills if you do it off of a heavy. If you do it off of light, if you do it off of lights, it almost kills. All because he can do a level 2 super during max mode that doesn't cost a bar. Normally if you do max mode into a level 2 it costs a bar. Not him, because his level 2 super is 2 level 1 supers. Oh. Is there ever a use case for crouch heavy kick? Because people use it a lot, but I guess they're just stupid. Like, why would you ever use that when you can use this? Is it faster? Why would you ever use crouch heavy kick, ever? Frame beta. FRD is 12, 2D is 6. It is faster and hits low. It's faster and hits low, but takes forever to recover. And you can't like buffer max mode, which seems like a big deal. But yeah, so the combos I'm trying to hit with him is if it'll kill, the no meter one, obviously. If it'll kill. But if that won't kill, then I'll typically go for the 1 bar every time. Technically, there's a use case for this combo. Oops, not that one. This one. Oh, not that. This one. That's good. That's really good. It's really good. And in the corner he gets more. Bad DP. Missed the button. Nice. In the corner he gets that for even more, which is very good. Not the best in the game. Not the best in the game, but it's still very good. It's above average. Actually, it's pretty close to average. Whew. The real one I'm trying to land is the 2.5. That's the most efficient. Especially in the corner. So if I'm like really far behind, I basically only do that combo ever. like if they're on their second character and I'm on my last character, I basically only do that. Basically. But if they're on their last character, I'll do the 4 bar if they're in the corner. Or the 5 bar if I have it. Use my middle. Cronin. Is there a better middle that I can play? Like Yeti? Not really. Vanessa, maybe. Vanessa just doesn't do enough damage anymore. Like, why would you ever play Vanessa anymore? She's just a weak character. She's consistent, but she's consistently just below average in every single way. Who's a good second character? Who's a good middle? I don't like Kukri in the middle. If I play Kukri in the middle, I basically have to corner the opponent and stun them in order for him to be worth it, which is never going to happen. You want your middle to be like very good, very solid, very efficient, which is Iori, but Iori is also efficient as an anchor, so he's my anchor. Geese is good. He's not a very good middle. Gato? 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 Darley, maybe. Darley's possible. Darley's definitely a middle-y character. I don't usually play slow characters like this. But it's KOF, so she's not that slow. Okay. I'll always reach. Pretty good. What's her most efficient stuff? All of it. All of it is efficient. Cool. Let's see. What could she do for off of lights? Is the question. Yeah, let's add some more combos to her lights. I haven't really looked at that yet. Two, three, 4, 5. So can she do this off of lights? No, she cannot. She only has one move that combos from lights. Yeah. Let's just Link. Try to have a Link. Is this Link? No. No. No Link. Okay. Oh yeah, that move. Surge is probably the least useful of those, but I guess there's only 2. Should I buy the DLC? What do you mean by should? If you mean morally, no, because the Bible does not say thou shalt buy all KOF DLC. What is your intent? Are you trying to get better at the game? Then yes. Because otherwise you'll fight against the character and you'll have no idea what they're doing, and you can't go into training mode, etc. So now the question is, how are you in real life financially? And you need to weigh that against the value and how much you value getting better at the game. You should also consider the fact that fighting games, just like MMOs that you buy once, are very high value per dollar if you're willing to play them for extended periods of time. Most AAA games you play for maximum 100 hours and you pay $60, whereas fighting games you can play forever. And as far as we know, there's not going to be a Kof 16 for a very long time. So that means, you know, I've already played 15. It's been out for a year, for almost 500 hours, you know. So if you're getting 500 hours per year, it'll last another 2 years before they make Kof 16. That's 1,000 hours. It's 1,000 hours of content. You gotta weigh that. You can also wait for a sale. They usually don't put the brand new DLC on sale though. But currently, if you buy the deluxe edition, I forget how this works. Hold on. The deluxe edition comes with the base game, which is how many teams? So any team that's not in the first 2 rows is in the base game, which is 5, 10, 13. 13 teams. I believe Omega Rugal as well. The deluxe edition comes with these 2 teams. And then Team Pass 2 comes with these 2 teams. And then the Fighter Pass comes with the 6 characters up top. I don't know where Goenitz is in that. Goenitz might be free. So that is 85 plus 60. 85 plus 60 for every single character in the game. What was I doing? Don't worry. That's a lot of money, but that is, let's see, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 times 3 plus 2, which is almost 60 characters. That's 50. Is that 56 characters? 5 of them are not out yet. Those are Sylvie, Najd, Goenitz. I don't think we know any of the other ones. I think.
Select stage.
Can I do this? Oh. I'm gonna lab. I'm not gonna fight people. Yeah. I'll fight people if they can't find an opponent for several minutes. Okay, does this work? It does. Okay, so I get the same corner stuff, basically, off of this. of lights than I do heavies. But mid-screen I don't, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. That doesn't reach. What if I'm cornered? Does it reach if I'm cornered? Nope. Okay. That does not look quite like an... Is what water? Oh, Darly stuff? Yeah, she's a pirate. So it's water. It's water themed. Some of the colors might change that. This is also water. Stay hydrated. Oh, she can't super cancel this. So if she's mid-screen... Wow. Okay, there's a range. I gotta keep that in mind. I have no idea how it's pronounced. She can't super cancel that. Oh, no, she can. There it is. Okay. And I assume that's more damage than this. 130 versus... Yeah, okay. Oh, it's like the same, actually. That looks like it actually scales, though. By 2 hits. 126 versus... Come on. Yeah, that actually scales the combo by 2 hits. So yeah. It's the same total raw damage, but it scales by 2 hits instead of 1. Really? That was not hitting you. There you go. What? This move is very weird. Anyway. So for 1.5, she has this. That's pretty good. Oops. Is there any chance that I get like something else here? Like, no, that's used for like air to airs because it has anywhere juggle on it. So yeah, I guess you just get this. Not really. How do you do this? There you go. What? Why does the regular one reach but not the EX one? What is this? What? What? Why? Gotta do this one, I guess. If I delay it. I don't think you can. That's so random. Well, if I'm in the corner, I get this. I think. Yeah. If I'm in the corner, I'm gonna do a completely different combo route, which I'll get there eventually. Typically, the more EX moves you do in a combo, the better. If possible. That's why this is strong. She can do this. Off of heavy, she can do this. And it does a lot more damage. She does boom. Like that. And 2 EXs is more than one level 1 super. And max mode. Max mode can sometimes be useful, but typically it's more damage to go just into supers than than quick max mode. Although that would depend on the character, and also it depends on like your starter. Because if I start with this, the overhead, I can't cancel that. Right. So if you're doing a move that doesn't cancel into special moves, then it's probably more damage to go max mode than it is to go super. Actually, she can't even max mode this because it's airborne. That's bad, actually. That's really bad. She have another. She has something else. It's this. It's not an overhead though. Yeah. All right. Which advance cancel was more damage? Let's find out. Six 2 versus 605. Okay. But in this case, we don't have a choice because we're comboing from this move instead. Yeah, she's starting to not do very much damage. So 4 bars would be level 1 into climax. But I should also consider max mode here because she's looking like one of those characters that has a really bad high-end damage. So max mode might be useful. We'll see though. Oops. No, where's climax? Although raw climax is almost exclusively worse than an advanced cancel, so I mean, I'll test it. But this should definitely be less than 600. Yeah. A team of pirates? There's only 2. There's only Jenny and Darlie. Hydern? Okay. Sure. Oh my, that is very bad. Does her slow play style prevent her from becoming a character that can be recommended for anchor position? I feel bad for that since her 2 bars can deal 560 damage and her 4 bars does 800 Lamau. I feel like Darlie's... okay. Darlie does high damage everywhere. Here, let me put in her combos that I just did. $400, 453, 527, 622, 659. Yeah. So Darlie just in general is very high damage. Well, not very high. Is above average damage across the board. Like the average 2-bar combo is about 500, and her combo in the corner off of the heavy does 700. So she's like very consistently above average. The only time she's not above average is when she's doing like 0 bar and 1 EX and 1 bar. But anything above 1.5 is above average. Especially off of heavies. Especially off of heavies, and especially if they're in the corner. She gets extra. The problem is that she's slow, 1, as you said, and 2, she doesn't get that damage off of everything, right? She's very inconsistent in getting damage. She is most efficient when she lands a heavy, which is hard because she can't confirm that. She doesn't have a command normal that works with heavy. Like, this works, but it's not. It's an overhead that's not cancelable. You can't cancel this. And she can't cancel into this. Right? So you have to either not hit confirm it, or you have to land a jump in. Or you have to be like content with just doing it. And if it's blocked, obviously you're dead. Right? And she is... technically, she can cancel into this. And like do mind games that way. Technically. Not really. Like, she has to do this to be safe, basically. there it is, 80. She has to do that. So it's like, and on top of all of that, another really good strength that she has is this. Is being able to combo off of this. Can't even do it. Is that not anywhere juggle? Hold on. She has a move that it has anywhere juggle. Oh, it's the DP. This guy. That. And because it's an EX move, she can't super cancel it. And she can't combo off of it at all. So again, this is another thing that Darlie can do that's limited and is not really usable as an anchor. Well, it's usable, but it's not useful. It's not like moving her to the anchor position does not increase the damage that she does off of this, because she can't super it. Whereas a good anchor will be able to land any hit and get a huge combo for lots of meter. Right? So something like this is a way for her to get 117 extra damage off of stray hits for 1 EX bar. Whereas a good anchor would be able to spend more meter to get more damage there. And in this game, you typically end up making the greatest number of decisions with your first character, because it's the first character and they're out for longer, and it takes more hits for you to die because the opponent doesn't have any meter yet. The most valuable decisions with your second character, because you're going to still be making a lot of decisions, but your decisions will matter more individually because you'll have more meter. And the fewest number but most important decisions with your last character, because you'll probably one-shot whoever you touch, but there will be fewer instances of that. So your first character is a battery, and as far as damage goes, should have high meterless 1-bar combos, somewhere in that range. Your second character should still have high damage, but you can go up to like 2 bars, 3 bars, 4 bars with your second character. Maybe not 4 bars, but like 2.5 bars is really good. And you should be thinking about the general efficiency, and things like this. Things like this are perfect for middle characters because it's not meterless, so you might not want to put it on your point character, but you also can't like spend a bunch of meter and kill the opponent like you would want from an anchor. So things like that are very good for your middle character because you'll be able to do this multiple times because you're not getting one shot because they're not on their anchor, and you're not losing out on one-shotting the opponent because you're not your anchor, right? And then your anchor should have very safe, consistent damage. Very safe and consistent damage. Your middle character doesn't necessarily need to be consistent because you'll have more chances to land those high-value combo starters. Same with your point character. Right, so that's why you see characters like Cronin in the anchor position, because he's very safe. He has a DP, and he gets all his good stuff off of his lights and mid-screen. Although he does get better stuff in the corner now, so that's why you still sometimes like I'm currently playing Cronin in the middle position. Although I'm trying to put Darley over him, but Cronin is still a good middle position because he gets a lot of extra damage in the corner. And by putting him middle instead of anchor, I am more likely to get corner combos. Because I'm just more likely to get all sorts of scenarios. So yeah, point needs to be a good battery with, I mean, you typically in this game, your ability to bill meter is equivalent to your ability to deal damage at low meter. So I wonder why there are so many Cronin in Evo. Well, one thing I would say is that Japanese players tend to really focus, like hyper focus on DPs. And Cronin has a really good DP. And most people copy the Japanese players, but not always. But Japan and Korea, Asian in general, tends to focus on DPs. So they usually play like Cronin Iori, stuff like that. Mexican players are a little bit more crazy and they play things like Angel. Also, is this invincible? Yes. So theoretically, Darley could be an anchor. Because she does have a DP. How slow is this? It's like 7, isn't it? It's 10. 10 and the EX is 8. So it's still slow. It's not the best DP in the game. Yeah, stuff like this is the one I'm... Yeah. Yeah. Okay, what about the corner? What do I get in the corner? I'll stop blocking. Oh, interesting. I should probably do that, huh? $319. Oh, and also, none of that matters until you get really good. What things build the most meter? Non-projectile special moves. Especially ones that hit multiple, like that you input multiple times, like Rekka's. So a character like Kyo... a character like Kyo is a very good battery. Because his combos look like this. And EX moves don't build meter, so those don't count. But you can still use them in combos. To extend, like you can use his to extend combos. Kills really hard. Really? Oh. No. Anyway, any non-projectile special move will be good, because projectiles don't build meter the same way as other special moves. Like normally, if I do a Rekka, it builds meter, right? And that's on top of the meter that you build for actually connecting with the move, see? See how I build meter when I do the move and when it connects? But when you throw a projectile, it doesn't. And in fact, if they just block, they build meter faster than you. They build meter like 10% more than you. Just by blocking your projectiles. And that's not true if you do this. If you do other moves, you build meter faster. This is the main reason why characters like Elizabeth are so annoying, because they have safe special moves. Well, specifically, it gains meter when you perform the move. And that does not happen with projectiles. And this is not even including instant blocking, which I don't think they have on here as an option. But if I make him throw a fireball, oh, don't do that. I can't instant block. And if you instant block, you build even more meter. It's like double. You build basically double the meter of your opponent when you instant block their projectiles. So, yeah. That's why zoning doesn't really work. I mean, theoretically, if they never counter your projectiles, it'll work. But if they jump over just one of them, they've built double the meter of you, so you're gonna die. You know, and it's KOF, so they have hops and they have rolls and super jumps, so it's not hard to get around projectiles. Like, only throwing projectiles and zoning is just not a complete strategy. Alright. Stop blocking. Give me my meter back. Why am I over here? Yeah, that doesn't work twice. Really? I see. Yeah. Why are you over here? Go over here. Is that 4 hits? No, it's 3, okay. Wait. Don't. Man, I wish that worked. But it does not. There, it's close to being something good here. Like, really good. But it appears that Darley needs to spend at least 1.5 bars to get really, really good damage. Five, 2, 0, 2, 3. But at least now she gets to do The other super in the corner. Why do you keep doing that? How did I do that? What was this? Oh, wrong button. That is horrible. What is the use case of this move? It has to hit on the ground. You can't combo into it. It's unsafe on block. It's really slow on startup. It's not even an overhead. And the range isn't even that good. Like, this is more range. Oh, maybe not. Oh, yeah, both hit, first hit. It's pretty good damage. Although I remember when she first came out, she had some character specific stuff in the corner, so I'll need to switch characters. To like King. Well, let's do Yuri. Wherever she is. Oops. How do I do that? How do I do that? I'm getting CD when I want C. Five. Wow. That's a lot of damage, actually. Wow. And then let's do this. This should work in the corner. Stop that. That won't work. Really wish that worked. Maybe if I time it differently. Oh yeah, that's the juicy stuff. Okay, that should do more damage. But I can't do that. I have to do the other one. That one. 407? No, it's less damage because of the ender. No. How much damage is this? It's 120. It loses 20 damage there. Really? That's enough to make it. That's annoying. Yeah, the reason she deals so much damage is just because her moves deal more damage. Like most heavy punches do 70, hers does 110. And even her basic like combo to from lights is 120, and the EX version you can combo after it does 127. K-Dash does more damage because he actually has really long combos. Probably not 600, right? Nah. That'll be 600 though, for sure. This is probably more damage this way. Actually, it probably is not. It's probably this one. Yeah, for sure.
Can they recover?
Wow, that's a big damage increase. Okay. Oh, you can't get one hit there. I gotta be careful of that. Yeah. And the one hit does less damage. Okay. Let me go back and make sure I did all these right. Man, that's hard to time, actually. Wait, is that automatic against Iori? Oh dear. That's bad. That's bad. Okay. They did not patch this. Really? Whoops, I didn't test it. Whatever. No. Stop it. I wouldn't say she is the least popular character. And this is just 50-50 so far. Hey, really? I missed some hits there. Surely this gets all the hits. Okay. Yep. Approximately a third of the cast gets hit in extra time here. Vanessa is one of them. This is very strange. KOF usually doesn't have combos like this. Wait, what? Oh, Yashiro's different than Yashiro. Oh, Yashiro gets 10 hits. Oh, what? I put him in the wrong class. Where'd Kula go? Oh, there she is. Cronin. Okay. No. Is that a negative thing for KOF? It depends. Some people enjoy going into training mode and figuring out combos that are character specific. However, if the developers don't really consider that when balancing the game, then it's probably bad, because certain characters will be stronger or weaker and the devs won't know about it upon release. And it is much easier to balance a game if every character is comboed the same way. That is especially true if there are certain characters who do not get benefits from combo variation based on the opponent's character. And this is a game like that, where this is the only combo in the game that I can think of that is different depending on your opponent's character. So I would say it's an overall negative. It should hit 9. Yeah. At least all three clones are the same as their non-clone, as their non-awakened version. Wow, really? Okay. Against Shanae, Hydern, Dolores, Iori, Kyo, Ash, Cronin, Yashiro, Shermie, K-Dash, Maxima, Antonov, King of Dinosaurs, Terry, Robert, Vanessa, Luong, Rock, Gato, Geese, Yamazaki, Darley herself, Shingo, and Rugal, you don't need to delay here. It was work and you'll get all the hits. But against everyone else, you do. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 25. That's 25 characters. It's a little bit more than a third of the cast. Yeah, it's 28 characters. It's 25 characters it works on, 28 characters it does not. So let's go back. Here. I think you can still do it if you time it right against these characters. Oh, it's really hard though. Yeah, you can still do it. You can still get the 10 hit combo, but it's really, really hard. Well, the thing is, if you're too early, nothing bad happens. If you're too early, you get 319 instead of 335. So you're losing 16 points of damage. If you're too late, then you're losing a lot more. Oh, never mind. That did minus 4 damage. Okay. If you're too early. You lose some damage there, and if you're too late, I timed it right that time. Okay. Oops, dropped it. Whoops. Can I still do this? Oh, it still works. That should be like identical damage, actually. Wait. Wow. That does more damage. What? Why? I did all that work for nothing. How hard is this? Okay, it's a little bit, it's not free. It's not free. But it's still easy. It's still easy. gotta do this. Fuck that. What? Four, two, three. Yeah, I'm coming up with better stuff now. And I'm getting that first try every time, so. Oh, super. That was late. Yeah. $600. Yeah, okay. Wait. Yeah, this one goes, not this one. And then this one is, just get rid of this. Okay. This one's easy. So there's no delays in it. I just can't, I suck. But if you're trying to spend like 0.5 or 1.5 or 2.5 or 3.5, then it becomes the hard combo. It's not that hard. Oh, I suck. Oh, how's that it? Seven, 2, 7. Oops. Nope. Where's my super? I did the motion right. Wait. Oh, I got it. Bam, bam, bam.
Might decide which time.
850? 850? 850? Nah. 835. Just double check I don't have any redundancies. Okay, we're good. If you do the level 1 kick instead of punch, will it be scaled less? No. In this game, most moves scale your combo not by number of hits. So if you have a move that hits 10 times, it will only count as 1 hit in the combo. For example, if I do this to this, that jab did 23 damage. Same if I juggle into it from this. Even though this hits 3 times, it only counts as 1 hit in the combo. Now, some moves break this rule. Like this move counts as 2 hits, so my jab does 22. My jab is counting as the 3rd hit in the combo, even though I did 1 move here. It counts at it counts as the 3rd hit, because this is 1 hit, and then that's the 2nd hit, and then the jab is the 3rd hit. But most multi-hitting moves only count as 1 hit. So even though this super hits like 5 times, and this super hits 2 times, that they both increase the scaling by 1 hit, not 2 hits and 5 hits. Learn from a neutral, what are some important things to look for? Depends on the game. Very much depends on the game. You can generally classify games into types, where you have very slow-paced, grounded footsies games, like Street Fighter and Samurai Showdown, and even Killer Instinct, kind of, depending on the matchup. Punch Planet, where you're just on the ground and you're walking and you're really cognizant of the range of your opponent's moves, and you're walking in and out of those ranges, and you're like, okay, I might walk into range and they might hit me, or I might walk out of range and they might whiff and I might whiff punish those. That's generally what you're looking for in those games, and those games also have good anti-air. But then you have games like KOF where you just hop in, and suddenly you're not really... The range of your moves is important, but you're not necessarily forced to think about that at all points in the game, and you're probably not walking. You're probably running, or backdashing, or hopping in, or hopping away, or jumping up, or, you know, rolling. Like, you have a bunch of other things that you might do. And so now the range of your attacks is not as important as the range of your attacks when you're moving. Because, like, if I stand here, I can do a hop normal. Like this. Whereas if I'm here, I probably can't. Although I am Darley. So maybe I can. But instead I might do a super jump. and now I'm in range, and I'm still in range of that. So how far away you are is important at a much more variable rate. Like if I know I'm going to do a jump heavy punch, well, I have jump heavy punch, but my jump heavy punch changes depending on if I hop or hyper hop or jump or super jump. So the neutral game is much more varied in that sense. Also, characters tend to be more similar because it's so variable. Then you also have games. So that's KOF. KOF is sort of in a category of its own in that sense. Although it's kind of similar to Smash Brothers, because you know how in Smash Brothers you're like hopping around and doing your attacks while hopping. It's kind of similar, except you can like change your jump trajectory while jumping, and you can like dash back and forth a lot more easily. Whereas in KOF, your backward movement is slower. Also, everything else about KOF is different. Then you have anime games. Anime games tend to be very dependent on the character you're playing, which means they're very dependent on the game you're playing. But in general, you have aggressive characters that either run at you or instant air dash at you, which I can't show here because I'm not playing one. Or you have characters that just do this, and they're like, don't get near me ever. You know, or they like sit here and they throw fireballs, and you can't do anything about it. And then you have weird characters that do their own thing. Like Lychee just does this, and then throws her staff around, and then you can't do anything because her staff is hitting you while she's full screen. Things like that. Or like Potemkin uses armor to get in. Things like that. It'll depend on the character. And then you have games like Tekken or Mortal Kombat or Injustice, where the range doesn't really matter that much because your attacks just like shoot you forward when you attack with them. And they're all like attack strings with hit confirms and are like cancelable to specials, and some of them are overheads and some of them are lows. So really, like the difference between standing here and standing here is like zero. Like this whole range is the same. So you don't have that, like the difference between mix-ups and neutral is very tiny in those games. So in short, the neutral game will greatly depend on what game you're playing. But when it comes to KOF 15, it's all about movement and attacking while moving. And then how to prevent your opponent from attacking you while moving, and predicting the parts of the screen they're going to be attacking. And picking something that beats that. And that can either mean you hit them first, like with an anti-air before they actually hit you, or that can mean somehow avoiding their attack by like jumping upward or jumping backwards to make their attack whiff, and then punishing the recovery of that in some way. All of those are valid strategies. Alright, let's plug in these numbers. Three, 500, 565, 605, 727, 775, 835. Yeah, here, let me put up my screen. Here, let me zoom in. So here's Darley's. Here's Darley's combos. For lights, okay, so first of all, this chart I'm making is color coded. It goes from red to yellow to blue, based on values in the column, and each column is how much damage a character deals for that much meter. And then here you can see the character, and then this is these are the starters. If you land a light mid-screen, a light in the corner, a heavy mid-screen, or a heavy in the corner. And this is like as green as it gets. This is like right in the middle, it's yellow, and then up here is like as red as it gets. With red being the worst and green being the best. So with Darlie, here you can see the most green she has is like in this realm up here. I haven't filled these out yet, but anyway. And then down here, the lights typically range from like red to yellow, but you can see Darlie actually gets into the green. She has green in her lights, which is very rare. Yes, I am streaming today. I typically stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But yeah, she's a lot of green here. A lot of green here. So yeah, she's definitely not an anchor, because she loses the green up here when she uses climax in her combos. Once every 2 weeks. I took 2 weeks off of streaming. Last week and the week before. Because of real life events out of my control.
Show no mercy.
Curse you each time you play fighting games, or do you play off screen for your own fun too? Typically, I record any PvP I do and upload it if it's interesting. Although I usually stream that, not recording. No, 448. No, 447. I should play daily? Depends. It depends. What if I could? Maybe. I mean... I have many interests. This channel is focused on fighting games, but I have many interests. Like, I can go through my YouTube subscriptions. Like, I have... Astral Spiff, who is like a speedrunner for indie horror games. There's Lobos Jr., who plays all sorts of new games, but is also a... he typically plays like Dark Souls type stuff. DocM77 is a Hermitcraft YouTuber, so that's Minecraft. Carl Sagan plays Mario games. Moyun is music. Snooey is Legends of Runeterra, which is a card game. Vanoss is like comedy gaming. Sneaky plays League of Legends. Quarter Crew is visual effects. Kraken the Cryptic is Sudoku. There's Sajam, which is fighting games. Ryukar, music. I don't like Nintendo. You're right. But I like Ryukar and Carl Sagan. Because they typically play Mario Maker, which is a Nintendo game, but the levels in it are built by players. So it's like, is it really a Nintendo game? Not really. And most of the time, people are playing levels that are very, very, very glitchy. So it's there's very little Nintendo left in the game at this point. Doug 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 is a comedy video gaming live stream channel. Dr. Mike is like medical advice. Carl Jobst is speedrunning slash like, I mean he Billy Mitchell, if you know who that is. He talks about Billy Mitchell a lot. Menno, obviously, for the fighting game combos. Anthony Caliber streams The Last of Us. He's a speedrunner. More music. You got some like streaming channels, like about how to stream. Worcester plays Pokemon, but he's like legendary, so. More music. Chris Ramsey is like magic slash puzzles. Hi, puppy. Oh yeah, I'm subbed to a Dota 2 guy. Come here, puppy. Come here, puppy. Hi, puppy. Like I have many interests. Hi. Why am I so dark? Hi there. Oh! I also am a software programmer, so that's a thing. I also like to write like my own things. What about me? My first KOF was KOF 13, like in 2011, 2012. So it's been about 10 years. Her name's Harley. Hi, puppy. Hi, puppy. Hi, puppy. No, puppy. No. Review videos that may be using your content. Let me guess, it's my streaming channel. Yes, it is. More data gathering. I am looking at Darley's combos. Wait, this does more damage, right? Oh, but you can't. Oh, what the heck? That's weird. Okay. Whatever you say, game. Is KOF a matchup knowledge game like Tekken? Neither of those games are really a matchup knowledge game. Like, especially Tekken 8, but even in like Tekken 6, it's not the same. It's a different. You're memorizing which moves are minus what in Tekken. That's not really the matchup. That's just you're memorizing numbers. Your overall strategy in Tekken should not change based on your opponent's character, basically. Some of your defensive strategies might change, but your overall strategy is the same. And KOF is like that. Although I think KOF does a better job at making it obvious which moves are punishable on block. And it's more obvious once you learn how to fight against one character, how to fight against all characters. It's a little bit more obvious. But the general idea of like you have to like having to play fundamentally different between matchups is not how either of those games work. Like, yeah, you'll have to memorize more numbers in Tekken depending on the character, but it's not that big of a deal. compare that to like Street Fighter, and you're playing against Yun. Like, the way you play must fundamentally change because he's playing Yun, or because he's playing Zangief, or because he's playing Dalzum. So it's a different kind of matchup knowledge, I guess. Even in KOF, there is still matchup knowledge, but it's not a knowledge check. Like even in Tekken, you could just sort of know, okay, this move's punishable. Let's say it's -10, I'll jab it, and you'll jab anything that's -10 to minus like 13. But then as soon as something's -14, you just do your launcher, right? And you don't care what's -12. You just do the -10 punish. And you don't care what's -17. You just do the -14 punish. That's sort of how KOF is. Like, there are some instances where you can't get a safe jump against a 4-frame DP, but you can get a safe jump against a 5-frame DP. Doesn't matter that much. You just do the 4-frame deep, or the 4-frame safe jumps, and not the 5-frame safe jumps. And yeah, which moves can be stepped/ducked. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Like, you might have a move in mind, but if you're going to sidestep, it'll either work or it won't work. You know what I mean? Like, only once you start adapting to your opponent, very specifically the opponent player, only once you're doing that does the actual specific move matter. If you're not, which, by the way, if you're not at that, if you're at the point where you're thinking of a specific move and you're like, I want to counter this move because my opponent is going to do this move, then you're already past the point of having character specific knowledge, right? Like, you're like, if you're trying to beat specific moves but you don't know the opponent's moves and what they do, then you're doing things out of order. You should learn your opponent's character's moves and how they function first, and then you should think about, I think my opponent will do this move and this is how I beat it. Does that make sense? Before you do either of those, you're thinking, I want to sidestep, or I want to duck, or I want to low parry, or I want to, those three things are sort of in the same category of thinking. Low parry, not so much, but ducking and sidestepping is like, I could block their attack, but I don't have to, and if I do one of these things and I guess right, then I get a combo, as opposed to, frame advantage from blocking their minus on block move, or taking their grab. What's the order for learning things, and what do you mean by learning your opponent's moves? Learning, basically, yes, learning their frame data, but there's more to moves than the frame data. You have how plus it is on hit, how plus it is on block. You have which way it sidesteps. If it sidesteps, you have the range of the move. Like how feasible is it for me to backdash out of range of it? You have its hit type. Is it a high, mid, low, special mid, unblockable? If if it is unblockable, can I tech it? What's the tech for it? Is it left? Is it right? Is it both? You have, you know, can I low crush it? Can I high crush it? How fast is it? Can I interrupt it? Isn't learning to counter a move part of knowing the move? Yes. Sure. But it's that's step 2. Step 1 is learning the properties of the move. Well, I shouldn't say step 1 and step 2. Those are independent events. Like, knowing a move is a low, and learning how to counter lows are 2 different things. Learning that a move is a low is very specific, and there will be hundreds of those in the game. Learning how to counter lows is more general and applies to every character in the game, but it is useless if you don't know that a move is a low. If you don't know which moves are lows, then you're doing a tactic without a specific counter in mind, which is low level Tekken. Low level Tekken is, I know my combos and I'm gonna block most of the time, and I'm gonna kind of guess at what's punishable by jabs and what's punishable by launchers, and I'm gonna do those. And then whenever I think I have frame advantage, I will either like go for a mid, like a down forward 1, or I'll go for like a throw or a low. And if I'm at frame disadvantage, I'll either block or I'll try to counter what they're doing with a sidestep or a duck. Or a power crush. That's low level Tekken. Mid-level Tekken, which lasts for several years, is I know my character's moves, I know their character's moves, and I know my character's strengths, I know their character's strengths, and now, instead of sort of just picking based on what I feel like doing, I'm now making choices based on what the opponent might do. I know more specifically what my frame data is, and I know more specifically what mix-ups I have at various frame datas and spacings and distances from the wall. I know what mix-ups are stronger and weaker, and I will alter my decision-making based on those factors. And then high-level Tekken is optimizing your movement and optimizing your combo damage, while also simultaneously adapting to what the opponent is doing and the game state. And also there's execution for some characters, like Brian Taunt Jumper and things like that. That's Tekken. This is an open Q&A. You can ask me anything. Ask me about politics. I don't care. I say we should kick the death penalty. Rawr. Not really. I think the death penalty has its uses. We should have pulled the troops from Iraq. Don't quote me on that. I know nothing about the Iraq War. That was before my time of interest in politics. Nope, I am not streaming on Twitch anymore. I used to. Ugh. See me getting other questions? Don't think so. You're the only one who has chatted for the past 30 minutes. Really? Wait, can I do that off of lights? Wait. No, I made that up. It was a joke. It was an example. Dear Lord. Okay. There's a lot more potential here than I thought there was. What the heck? There we go. 404. Oh boy. Oh boy. That is a lot of damage. Okay. Not easy to do though. Why do I look at each character's combos? Why do you play video games? I think the answer to those two questions is the same. Like, why do you play a Zelda game? Is it to beat the game? Kind of. You're kind of trying to beat the game, but are you really? Is that the reason why you play it? No. The reason why you play a single player story driven game is because of the act of playing it. The game is specifically designed to be fun to play and beat. There's things to do in the game that are interesting. And so, okay, what about fighting games? Well, you can't really beat fighting games. You can only beat the opponent. And so, a good fighting game is a game that is fun to learn and practice and beat other players. It is an environment where two players can face off against each other, and the fun is in trying to get better at perfecting yourself within the environment that the game gives you. No, puppy. No. No. And so why am I trying to learn Darley's combos? It's because it's fun. That's the fun part of the game, is trying to get better. And who knows, I might play Darley in the future. Let's see. That's not feasible. How does the knowledge you gain from this help you in a match, or just to look for a new main? Learning new combos helps you play a character. In my case, it helps me teach other people how to play the character. And even if I don't end up playing the character, now I know why I'm not playing the character. Or why I might want to play the character. Or if my opponent's playing the character, I might adjust my risk-reward calculations depending on how much damage the character will deal to me and under certain circumstances. Like, I know to expect that if Darley hits me in the corner, she's gonna do 400 damage. If my opponent's good. Which I am not. I dropped it. Probably something that's only relevant for high-level players? Yes. Because most players don't care about this. Or... This is a very big game with a lot of things in it and a lot of deep concepts. And players that are just beginning, most of the things that you learn in the game are more useful than this. You know? Oh, Darley can do a harder version of her corner combo to squeeze out like a little bit more damage. If you're playing Darley and you don't know that or can't do the combo, that's a little bit of damage that you're missing, and the chance of that actually mattering is pretty small. Whereas there are a lot of things in this game that if you don't know them, the chance of that making an impact is huge. Like the neutral game. If you don't know how to play if you don't know basic neutral, if you don't know basic mix-ups, then you're just gonna lose, you know. Or if there's a certain aspect of those things that you don't know, then that is something that I could take advantage of and just straight up win the game off of that. You're not going to win the game off of knowing Darley's corner combo, especially if you don't know mix-ups and neutral. As far as Tekken is concerned, I would say yes. Only learn your character first. Step 1, learn your character very thoroughly. That's just the type of game that Tekken is. Step 2 is take a very, very, very general look at every single other character in the game and get a feel for moves that are plus, because there are very few moves that are plus on block in that game. 2, learn which moves are punishable at -10. 3, learn which moves are punishable at -4 and you can launch them, or -15 if you're Bob. I think is that how that works? Do beginners overrate the importance of combos? Yes, because it's very easy to know that you can improve by learning better combos. It's very easy. And combos don't require much thinking. And combos are pretty fun to do because you're pressing buttons. If I tell you your neutral game sucks and you need to do something more often, you're not really pressing more buttons. You're doing something like it's not the same, and it's more abstract, and players won't really know to do that unless they think really hard. Knowing that a combo does more damage than another combo is not hard. You just look at the screen and you see the number go up, you know? It's very easy. It's very simple. The combo might be hard to do, but it's simple. It's simple to understand. And people are simple nowadays. That's not possible. She has so many, like, possible combo routes that I need to test to see if they do more damage. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice combo.
Where's my DP? That was weird. Oh yeah. Hopefully those are going to an actual match like combo hits, punish, etc. Tekken does. I mean, it's just a design choice. Also, 3D games tend to not be combo centric. Yeah, when you do a combo, actually, that might be training mode only, where it shows the damage that you deal on the side of the screen. But in general, 3D games have like built-in combos. Like you press buttons in a certain order, and it does a combo. Most of the time, unless you're launching the opponent off their feet, you're not doing like creative combos. You're just doing a preset string that's in the command list. And most combos don't go over like 15 hits, even if they do launch. Something hearing in chains? Probably. Although that would, like, that sort of overcomplicates things unnecessarily. So, like, that really depends on how you balance the game. Because 3D games are balanced around everything is minus on block. Everything is plus on hit. Some things are plus on block, but there's a way to beat those. They're usually high, so you can duck them, or they're very linear, so you can sidestep them. And so, if you add a jump on top of that, it's like, will the jump be linear, or will the jump beat sidesteps? And what's the point of the jump? Like, are you going to have frame advantage when you jump? Most do you have anti-airs? And chains won't really work because they overlap with like strings. But if you have like a 3D game with no strings and only chains, you're basically playing Fexel at that point, or like, you know, the Street Fighter EX games. Fexel is 2D, but the EX games are 3D, and those games are kind of whack. But that, like, just the fact that the game is 3D really throws a wrench into things, because now your jump is, like, really bad. Like, imagine trying to jump in against somebody who's moving around. Like, it's already hard enough in KOF to land a jump in, because they can backdash and they can jump over you, they can anti-air you. Like, it's already hard enough. And now, imagine that I can sidestep your jumps, you know? It's just not a very good idea. It's just not a strong tactic. And as soon as you remove that, it's like, well, we're playing grounded, that, like, the game's the same, you know? It's not really changing. And if you have chains, it's like, having chains instead of pre-built attack strings makes the game easier to learn. And more freeform. You have more but less regulated, you know? Like, if I want a character to have a mix-up into an overhead, that means I have to give them an overhead that they can use whenever they want. You're welcome. For the most part, I enjoy making them. She have a command grab? I think she does. Maybe not, actually. There it is. How do you pick a main? I always second and third guess myself and have character crises. Depends on the game. If you're playing KOF, pick a character that you like and don't change them at all at first. Although you need to pick 3 of them because it's a team game, and you need to play them in all orders, all possible orders. In Tekken, you really just need to pick a character and stick with it. And despite what you think, your character's strengths and weaknesses don't matter. Because that's how Tekken is designed. Your character's strengths and weaknesses do not matter at a beginner level. If your opponent is good enough, then your character's strengths and weaknesses would matter. But they don't, because they're better than you, so you're going to lose anyway. So at a low level, your character's strengths and weaknesses don't matter. So you should level up those 2 things simultaneously. As you get better at the game in general, you will also get better at your character, and you might switch to a different character. And that's fine. But you shouldn't level one of those things up a lot and not the other. Because that's just pointless, and that's not efficient. Because you experience diminishing returns the more you think about something and the better you get at something. And like that's why in things like learning Darley's corner combos is not something that you should focus on first. A character said to be too hard. What people say about a character really affects me. Like, even if one guy says X character is scrubby and cheesy or X is super hard, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. People are stupid. Why does playing a hard character make a character less fun to play? Why does a character being called scrubby and cheesy make the character less fun to play? You're only going to play that person once in your entire life. Once your set with them is over, you're never going to see them ever again. With my own skill, not with cheese. How is that not... Okay. The better player wins. That is the beauty of fighting games. That is the beauty of fighting games. Is that it's not like sports where, you know, you kind of win, but you might have broken the rules. It's hard to say. Or it's not like a judged sport where it's like the judge has to tell you what your score is. The game literally tells you you win. It literally tells you you win. If you win, you win. If you don't win, you lose. And if you win, It doesn't matter how cheesy it is. Because using a strategy is a skill. Even if that strategy is cheese, that is still skill. Your ability to identify and play a top tier character is a skill. Your ability to identify and abuse strong tactics is a skill. Your ability to identify a weakness in your opponent and spam one move over and over again that they don't know how to consistently beat is a skill. The ability to lose and know why you lost and blame it on yourself instead of blaming it on the game or the opponent is also a skill. Kazumi is super honest? Oh boy. I don't think that's true. I think every single character in Tekken, except for the ones with super meters, are honest. And they play the same game overall. If you find her boring to play, don't play her. Play who you want to play. And stick with that character for a long time. No. Cheese / scrubbiness matters to me because, stop it. No. I'd rather learn the game properly than just get free wins at an early stage against noobs. What do any of those words mean? What does cheese mean? What does scrubbiness mean? What does noob mean? What does properly mean? What does properly mean? How do you learn a game improperly? Because there is an answer to that. There is an answer to that. There is a real answer to those questions. But do you know what they mean? Hard to explain. Then you don't care about it. And you shouldn't care about it. Because they don't mean anything. All you should care about is what you like to do, because it's a video game, and then you do that thing really, really, really hard. You just go hard on that thing. And fighting games are designed to be the most fun when you try to win as consistently as possible against as many theoretical opponents as possible. That's usually how fighting games are designed to be played. You don't have to play it that way, but that is usually the most enjoyable way to play them. So that is what I would say is a proper strategy. Is a strategy that will work consistently against any opponent that you might play in the future. If you are utilizing a strategy that will eventually stop working against players who don't or who do know how to beat it, then it is not a proper strategy and you should probably not learn it. You should still abuse it if you want to win right now against players who don't know how to beat it, but you shouldn't be surprised when someone does know how to beat it and they do beat it. That being said, the definition of the word changes if you have a tournament next week and you need to win that tournament. You know? It's like, okay, how strong can I get in 1 week? Correct. No. Correct. Cheese is best served cold. What are you doing, puppy? What are you doing? Take a quick 5-minute break. Okay. Four, four, three. Do you think they'll fix matchmaking? No, because I don't think it's broken. I think people are too used to fighting games with many opponents at all times. Kof is not a very popular game, so sometimes there will just not be opponents near you. Also, stop going into game modes with matchmaking. No one plays those. Make a room, join a Discord. It's much higher match quality. Because you don't have to leave every 2 games. Why do you need matchmaking to find games? Like, matchmaking is not finding games. Matchmaking is the game finding games for you. And the chance of the game finding an opponent who is the same skill level as you in a game with few players, and where none of those players are playing ranked or casual game modes, it's basically 0. And there's nothing that they can do about it. But what you can do about it is to stop playing in match-made game modes, because no one plays those. Technically, we have a Discord scene here, and just getting multiple type Lumina because it seems to be active. I I like Type Lumina. It's too simple for me though. Wait, really? See, that still works. Yeah, the old combo still works. You're just doing 70 less damage. You're actually doing exactly 69 less damage. Here was a little bigger. The lab's not that fun for me. If they can't learn a combo in a reasonable... Combos are not what makes this game hard. Like, Darlie's an exception. She has an exceptionally difficult corner combo. And even then, it's not that hard. And even if it's too hard for you, you don't need to do it. And also, I typically don't have problems finding matches because I'm in the Discord. I'm just choosing not to play people right now. And once Kof 13 gets rolled back, ooh boy, I'm never playing another fighting game ever again. Assuming it comes to PC. Three hits. Yeah, that's okay. I wish I knew how to TAS so I could figure out how wide this window is. It feels like a 2-frame window. You think 13 will be more fun for you also because the die-hard fans will go back to it and you'll find opponents who play the game properly? Yes. 13 is just a better game than 15. Simply because you can't combo supers into supers. And you don't have reversal throws. And the skill ceiling is higher. But you still have all the input tricks to make the skill floor very low. People are just not aware of the tricks. And people are lazy. People don't want to do hard work. You say play the game to have fun, but I also see you get bored and irritated with people who don't play properly. Yes. Yes. Because I like teaching. And that makes it more irritating when they don't learn, but it also makes me want to see them learn. I am willing to wade through the boredness, or the boredom, the boredom. This feels like a 2-frame link, or it's not a link, but a 2-frame window on that move right there. I was too late. So what's the right mindset to adopt? Do whatever it takes to win. But winning is more complicated than just winning. You want to be able to win as consistently as possible against as many potential opponents as possible. Within the bounds of the game, which typically implies tournament rules, so no hacking or cheating. And it's up to the game developers and tournament organizers to develop a set of rules that maximizes the fun that is achieved when players pursue that goal. So just do what you have fun with for now. If you don't have fun getting good at a fighting game, then either play a different game or understand that it will probably get more fun the more you play it, which is how KOF works. So the beginner level section, applying as many scrub killer strats as possible. You think scrub killer strats are fun? I find them boring. Although, it is not boring to beat someone with a scrub killer strat and then watch them learn how to beat it. Well, remember what I said about winning. You're not trying to win. If you only cared about winning, you would go to versus mode and you would put the dog on the other controller and you would play against your dog and win. That's winning. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about winning as consistently as possible against as many potential opponents as possible. Which means you might not play against a scrub. Almost. I guess that's why matchmaking is a bad idea. Matchmaking is not a bad idea. Matchmaking is good for figuring out exactly how strong you are in relation to other players when you combine it with a ranked mode. And it is also good in certain games where it is possible that the game is really boring when you lose, like Marvel 3. If you consistently with opponents at a similar level, and you win consistently at a level which you, well, the goal of having a ranked system and matchmaking that pairs you with people of the same skill level is the game is trying to get you to have a 50% win rate. And if you have a greater than 50% win rate, that means that your rank is too low and it needs to pair you with stronger players. And if you have a lower than 50% win rate, then your rank is too high and it'll try to pair you with lower level players. And that would probably work pretty well with KOF. The problem with KOF is that everyone's the max rank. You know? It's not very hard. I got max rank like day 2 or so of playing ranked mode. It didn't take very long. And so it's like anybody who is above a certain skill level is the max rank. And beyond that, there's no, like, you can't lose the rank, and there's no like sub-ranking system within that rank. Killer Instinct has the same thing where it's like you reach the max rank quickly, but 1, you lose the max rank if you stop playing for a month, and 2, even within that rank there's a leaderboard and you get stars next to your name whenever you're like top 32 on the leaderboard for a month. So the problem with this combo is you can't use it for even numbered of EX moves, because yeah. There's no way for me to do a 2-bar combo here off of this route. When I try to just focus on one thing in a Tekken match like with punishing, I get bodyguard players who spam strings. So I instead focus on trying to win. You should, within a singular match, you should always try to win, always. 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 With very few exceptions. Like if you're trying to teach the opponent, like I do often, then I might lose. I might lose. Juicebox does this too, where he like tries to win via timeout. Because he's trying to show his opponent that his offense sucks. Even if that means, yes. Like when you see me play, I do this all the time. I literally take my hand off the controller and I just block. I do this all the time. Because people don't know what to do about it. Like, they can throw me. Cool. It takes 30 throws to win a match. Are they gonna throw me 30 times? They might, and they might win that way. And that's kind of annoying because they're missing the point. You mean in Tekken? Spamming throws in Tekken? I think is different. It's not quite the same. And the reason I say that is because you should stop using throws in Tekken once your opponent is a certain level. Whereas in KOF, it's not like you stop blocking. It's not like once your opponent is good enough, you can't block anymore, you know? So they're two different things. In the case of blocking in KOF, you should block less often against good players. You should have more varied defense. But when your opponent has a particular weakness, you should specifically try to exploit that weakness. And so if you just generalize that to say, oh, all low-level players have bad offense, then you should block more, and you should stop blocking more once they get better. But in Tekken, you know, it's low-level players can't break throws, so I should throw more. The problem is when you get to players who can break throws, then throws become useless. And you should stop using throws, unless you're a grappler with unreactable throws. So that is an example of something that I would say is not legitimate, or like not worthwhile. Learning how to win with things like that is not worthwhile. Because you'll eventually come to a point where that's no longer useful to you at all. Whereas in general, it doesn't matter who my opponent is if they do not employ a strong offense, either because they don't know how to or because they are choosing not to, then blocking is strong. Right? Like, it's possible for a good opponent to know how to employ a hyper-aggressive playstyle, but choose not to. In that case, blocking is good. Because they're probably going to go for frame traps. All right. Ugh. That was close. Flamethrowers is pretty boring. Well, I would swap number one. Well, I would say that number one and number two are simultaneous. They are the same thing. Trying to win should be fun, and if you are not having fun by trying to win, then play a different game or play a different character, or stop playing games and go do something with your life. Write a book. Wait, that didn't add up. Should be 13. I think that's right. Ooh, okay. Experiment 626. Three bar, yeah. Yes. There we go. No. Well, I tried the new Garo. I don't know. We know nothing about it. And I don't know what Third Strike inspired in the game you're talking about. Unless you mean Yatagarasu, which came out like 10 years ago. Which I did try out. Got it. One point of extra damage. Nice. wait. I didn't put this in. And that one's less damage, so you lose damage there. Okay. What? Okay. All right, new numbers, new numbers, new numbers. Four, 4, 3, 5, 3, 6. 6, 5, 6, 2, 6, 7, 2, 8. Nope, never heard of it. Oh, that does work. If you can do these corner combos, she might be a really, really strong point character. She might be. In that case, she's similar to Kyo. What? This is character specific. Oh, it might be crouching standing specific. Is Kyo a Shoto? Sure. Depends what you mean by Shoto. see. Oops. Fireball DP Tatsu. In this game, he does not have a fireball, but he does have a DP. I guess he has a Tatsu, not really. He has a... here. So instead of a fireball, he's a Rekka. Like this. And these various... I mean, you can just look at his command list. So yeah, he has a lot of variations. No fireball. He has a DP. The light one is invincible to air attacks. The heavy one is slower, but fully invincible. And the EX one is fast and fully invincible. And he has this thing. Oh, let's try to change the input. It's kind of like a Tatsu, not really. It can go over fireballs. But it's also like... It's safe on block if you space it. Or if they're crouching. And the heavy version is plus, but slower and goes further. Change input. And the EX one is a combo tool, so it's very different. It goes pretty far. But it's unsafe on block unless you space it like that. Its main use is combos. And speaking of combos, the thing that makes Kyo unique in this game, his main strength above other characters, is his corner combos, if you can do them, but they're very hard. Let's see. Let's do his. Let's do a 2-bar corner combo. Those tight links. So no. You have to delay certain things very specific amounts. Because if I do this too early, it whiffs. The buffer window for special moves is very, very large in KOF because you can hold the button down. Like, watch this. See that? I press the button once. But I hold the button down. So he literally does a light punch in the air because I'm telling him to do the quarter circle forward light punch. And then he lands and then does the special move even though I didn't press 2 buttons. I pressed 1 button. So combos where you are just doing special are very, 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 very easy. The thing is, you can't do that with Kyo because you need to time things specifically, because if you're too early, it doesn't work. And this super, this, I do it like this super. This super, watch him very closely. Memorize the animation. Now, you can hold the button down, and he'll charge it, and it'll end up doing more damage, right? It normally does 180. If I charge it a little bit, 210, charge it a bit more, 240, etc. That's not what we care about. If you charge it at all, look at his animation. So this is me tapping the button, not holding it down. See him wind up like that? See how he winds up and then throws it? If I charge it, now watch, if I release the button, that wind up is completely gone. When I release it, it goes, he just goes, psh. This means there is a specific timing where I can hold the button down so that he starts charging, but then I release the button and he lets it go. And that ends up giving the move even faster startup than if I had just tapped the button down. Or if I just tapped the button. So this is pretty slow, but I can oh, that was too early. But I can slightly charge the move like that. That was like perfect. I can slightly charge the move to give it more damage and faster startup. And that actually lets me combo after it. Almost. Not quite. Not quite. Nope. But here, let me just pull up a video. doing the thing again. Can you see this? No. I have to close the game real fast. Bloop. Whoop. Bloop. Here's some Kyo combos. You get the point. You get the point. These are all very, 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 very hard to do. Can you kill with a single combo in this game? I'm pretty sure every character can. Although it's kind of cheating because... Here, I'll show you. I'll just pick a random character. So you have max mode in this game, and you deal increased damage while in max mode. But only if you just do it raw. Taunt jet upper level hard. Taunt jet upper is like the single most difficult action I've seen in a fighting game. Because you have to hit 3 consecutive frames of perfect inputs. You have to go from neutral, not touching anything, to left on one frame, to neutral on the next frame, to right plus a button on the third frame. And the first frame is still frame perfect, so that whole thing is frame perfect. See there I did right here. I pressed left for 2 frames, so I would have failed the jet upper. I would have immediately failed. Also, I didn't press forward plus punch at the same time. Close. That was close. 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 That was it. That was it. So I finally got one. So right here, I pressed left for 1 frame, and then was neutral for 1 frame, and then pressed right plus a button. The fact that was 1 frame doesn't matter, but so that means if I timed this, if I timed these perfect inputs on the perfect frame, I would have gotten taunt to upper. Good luck with that. But anyway, max mode gives you, it's like a mode that gives you more damage, but the chance of you getting this in a match is very small. But it does exist. And let me see. She has that super and she has this super? Nope. I didn't get the full thing, remember. I did the motion properly. That doesn't mean that I did the timing properly. Does Kof 15 have Gillier combos where your combos only work from like point blank? There are combos that only work from point blank range, but that's true for every fighting game. Like this just, it doesn't make sense for there not to be. And yes, it costs 2 bars to go into max. However, while you're in max, all your moves that cost meter now don't. Like this. But I can do things like this. Let's try the super. Back. Oh. I don't know if this works. Whoops. Okay, that one doesn't work, so I have to do this. Oops. That's not gonna work. Maybe she's a bad example. But let me look up my the actual combos. Come on. Oh, that works. Wait, is that more damage? Oh, that doesn't even work. Oh, come on. Fight over. Is that a kill? Oh, not quite. I got 92% off a basic combo like that. Let's see if she has something else. That might work. That's the same. Even less damage. Well, let's try, what? That might work. It's close. Ah, 97%. But yeah, I don't even play this character. There's probably a combo there that kills, but the only reason because that's the case is because of this, which is sort of cheating. Sort of cheating. Let's mess around with max mode actually. See if that helps with her damage. Probably definitely not, but you never know. So if I do... Why is it cheating if it's an inbuilt mechanic? Because it's like... I'm trying to compare it to something. You know how Miguel in Tekken has that one move that has like 13 seconds of startup, but it one-shots the opponent and is unblockable? It's kind of like that. It's not quite as ridiculous as that, but it's kind of like that. It's like it's the same thing. So if I do max mode, that's too long. So it is 373 for 2 bar. I need to go over 450 with this. Come on. Max mode is something every character has, yes, but you're assuming that the opponent is going to give you time to do this, which is very rare, and it is much more efficient and consistent to use max mode like this. And if you do it like that, the timer is shorter and you deal less damage. Like, for example, here, I'll give you a very clear example. With Joe. Like, look at this. Like, what are the chances that you're going to do this in a real match? You see what I mean? Like, that's not... You can't... That's not real. That's never going to actually happen. It's much more practical to just assume that will never happen. I'm not gonna do that probably. Oh, come on. Oops. Please. It's not even gonna work. It's not even. I need like 200 damage there. That's not gonna work. No. It's not worth it for 2 at least. Unless you're like really far away. What about 3 bars? Where 3 is 600? There's no way. Yeah, there's just no way. Come on. There's no way this is 600 damage. It's close, actually. It's probably just under 600. Yeah. It's close. Not worth it, though. There are some characters who have ways of activating the raw max mode in the middle of a combo, like Iori. And those characters are very, very, very strong. Very, very strong. Oops. Nope. Very strong characters. Why do you play who you play in KOF? Because I like the characters. And I like winning. So, I play who I think I will win with. But with a slight edge towards certain characters which are more interesting and unique. Dear Lord, she has so much damage. What do you like about them specifically? I don't know. Kukri is weird. How prevalent are knockdowns and Oki in this game? Well, here's the problem with that. So watch this. This is a command grab. Oops, I'm backwards. This, that's a grab. So if she blocks, it's not blockable, right? It's a grab. Here's a problem with that. If she doesn't quick rise, so this. Oh. See that? I cause a knockdown and then I go for the grab. And it does not work. Right? So that makes this a very difficult question to answer because okizeme, the Japanese word, implies that you're talking about exactly what you do as the opponent is getting off the ground. And in that sense, there's 0. I mean, some characters get overheads, you know, but not really. And even if they do the overhead, it's like you get your 60 damage and then you're done. And some characters can super cancel their overheads. And that's a commitment, because if they block it, then you just wasted meter and you're punishable. So that's not very good. And not even every character can do that. And you can use command grabs, but the command grab you have to wait. You have to wait and then do it. You can meaty with strikes. You cannot meaty with throws. You cannot meaty with throws. You cannot frame trap with throws. So, and the reason that works is because you get 10 frames of throw invincibility after block stun, hit stun, and knockdown, and air reset. And that ceases to be the case if they quick rise. If they quick rise, I can, whoops, wrong move. If they quick rise, you can throw them immediately. Like that. So yes. Here's the problem. Oki includes strikes and nothing else, which means it's not a mix-up. Right? Like, what's the point of having strikes but not throws? You know? So that splits that splits things into 2 different sections. So you have the instant the opponent gets off the ground, and you have 10 frames later when they become throwable again. Okay, so if I knock her down, I might go for an early strike. That's possible, but if I go for an early strike, there's not really a mix-up there by itself. Right? Because I can't go for a throw. And yeah, some characters can like do cross-ups or overheads, but that's not very prevalent in this game. It's more prevalent in KOF 15 than it was in like 13. But it's not. It's still not something that you can just generally say is something that players will do often. It's not going to happen very often, and it's very risky. The other mix-up is very powerful. If you're near the opponent with if you're near the opponent and they're throwable, and because their throw invincibility wore off, this is a very, very powerful 50-50 mix-up between the strike and the throw. Except when they have a DP, which some characters have DPs. Isn't there a more complicated mix-up? Well, I'm building that right now. Because it's not a mix-up. It is several mix-ups. So if you knock them down, and they wait for 10 frames without attacking, then you have a very, very powerful... Whoops, wrong move again. Then you have a very, very powerful... Whoops. 50-50 between the strike and the throw. And that's with every character, because every character has a throw, right? They don't have to deal with that. So it is a 50-50 if they wait that long, but if they don't wait that long, they might backdash or jump or attack or roll. There's a million things they might do during those 10 frames, which will make performing the mix-up more complicated. Which is why you would still want the frame trap, right? So I would still want to do things like this. You know? Like, I still want to go for the meaty. Because they might try to do something to avoid the other mix-up. But as soon as I do that, I'm foregoing the mix-up, right? So there's a choice between both players. The one going for the attacking, or the one with the advantage, chooses which mix-up to go for. He will either go for the instantaneous mix-up, which is strike or no strike, or he will go for the delayed mix-up, which is strike or throw. The defender chooses which one of those two mix-ups he is susceptible to. If the defender tries to move or attack instantly, they are vulnerable to the frame trap. If they do not move or attack instantly, then they are vulnerable to the strike-throw mix-up. They're not guaranteed to get hit by anything, but they are vulnerable to the strike-throw mix-up. And it is important to make that distinguish, because it is possible for them to guess wrong in the first instance. It is possible for them to block when the opponent does not go for a frame trap immediately, but then also either tech the throw or block the strike afterward. Both of those are possible. Okay. That is the basics. That is the basics of KOF mix-ups. Is I get frame advantage somehow, and then I might go for a frame trap, or I might wait and go for a throw, or I might wait and then go for a strike. Usually a low, because to tech throws you have to stand up in this game, because throws are forward and punch, or forward and heavy punch, or heavy kick. So you have to like stand and tech the throw, so low counters that. That is the basics. That is the basics, and it's already twice as complicated as any other mix-up in any other fighting game. But there's more to it than that, because if you think about it, from the perspective of the defender, the risk reward is not even between all of those options. Because if I land the frame trap, I get this. You know, if I land the delayed frame trap, I get this. Oh, she's blocking. If I land the delayed frame trap, I get this. The same thing, right? If I land the throw, I get this. And that's it. So the way that mix-up is balanced, it is very heavily favored for you to just block. The only time that I can immediately like punish you for blocking is if, one, I have a command grab and it's super cancelable. So there's a handful of grapplers that are very good at doing this. Darley's not one of them because she can't super cancel it. Although she does have a throw that does more damage than normal. Or if I have an overhead, which is cancelable. Which Darlie also does not have one of those. She has this though. So that's, as far as universally speaking, this is a very weak mix-up for the attacker compared to what you're used to from other fighting games. Yes, correct. If blocking is favorable, then is it really a mix-up worth doing? But here's the thing. I don't need to hit you with a mix-up in order to get value out of that. See? Because of the guard crush. If your guard gauge is low, suddenly things change and you can't block anymore. So that adds a third layer. So you have layer 1, which is I can strike you immediately. Layer 2 is I can either strike or throw you after a small delay. And then the third layer is I don't really need to do anything, because as long as I'm attacking you, you'll eventually get guard broken, which means that you have to do something. You can't just do nothing and block all day. And that I already have a video on, which I will link. It is this one. Okay. Is this game good for newbies? Yes. Yes. It is not difficult to do the things that you want to do in this game. It is difficult to choose the right thing to do in this game because there's a lot of things that might be right. That is how I would answer that question. Combos are easy, although there are some hard combos that you can do. You don't need them. They're not very valuable. And the hard part comes in knowing what to do when. And also, I believe every single Melty Blood does not have a guard gauge. I think. What's a difficult modern fighting game then? Kof 15, I guess, is your difficult modern fighting game. I can't think of a modern fighting game that is actually, like, that has difficult combos in it. Honestly. Maybe it does. I don't remember. Let's find out. Fighting games, specific, anime, Melty Blood. Defensive mechanics? Guard gauge. Yes, there is a guard gauge. It does have a guard gauge. Although the different moon styles have different strengths of guard gauge. Which is also true in this game. Different characters have different guard gauges. Like, they're all visually the same, but the total amount of guard health, I guess, that a character has will change depending on the character. And I don't know. There hasn't really been a difficult fighting game released in a very long time. Just in general, games become easier, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, because it's possible to have a low skill, a low barrier of entry, I guess, but a high skill ceiling. That's possible. So is it bad that it removed the guard gauge? Not objectively. Like, Multi-Blood has enough stuff in it to where you can't guard forever anyway. You know? Like, it has overheads that you can combo off of. Every character can combo off of their throw, although it's scaled by half. Every character can combo off their throw. Actually, no, they can't. No, they can't. Only, like, 3 characters can. In old Melty, there were more characters that could, I think. But in Type Lumina, they changed it to where most throws are, like, the same exact damage and hard knockdown. But they still do... But throws do enough damage to where it's still good. Like, a typical combo in Multi-Blood Type Lumina does like 3,000, 3,500, and throws do like half that. So it's still good. Whereas a combo in KOF, it's like, I can one-shot you with a combo, but I 10-shot you with a throw, you know? So it's not balanced the same way. You end up doing a lot more damage with a throw than you would in KOF. That being said, Multi-Blood Type Lumina has a lot of things that are only in KOF, but they added into Type Lumina. A lot of things, and I made a lot of videos about those. So I think it's cool. There's a lot of things the game does right. Wait, really? Yes. In PS5, so is matchmaking? No. The short answer to that question is no. You basically have to join a Discord. Although, sometime later this year, they'll have crossplay. So it doesn't matter what console you're on. Am I punishable there? Let's find out. Come on. Say reversal. Oh my god. There it is. Holy crap. Why do people call this game dead or hard to find matches in despite it having consistent good numbers? Okay, it's not dead. There are people playing it. It's hard to find matches because the people that are playing it are not playing ranked. And that's it. The people who are playing this game are playing offline with people they know in real life, or they're playing with people that they paired up with in private lobbies after speaking in a Discord, or they're in training mode like me. Also, Guilty Gear Strife sucks. Yeah. There's no way for me to get both this move and this move. Whoops. And this move in the same combo off of lights. You can't off of heavies because you can do this. But there's no way. Because you can do that, but then you don't get the juggle after it. It's not high enough. So it's like, what's the point? Hard knockdown. What? No juggle. Yeah, there's no route here that makes sense to do. there's like, she's so close to having really high damage for a point character, which is not there. She gets it from this. She gets very high damage from this. She gets this. That for no meter. Or that. Or this. You know, it's... Oh, come on. We're already that. No, that doesn't make sense. No. No. Weirdest motion input in KOF. In this game, there aren't really many. Probably the weirdest one is this one. Wherever he is. That. Press in order. A, B, C, D. So it's like this. Then you get Ganagin for like 10 seconds. Exactly. It's a no motion super. They removed all the really weird motions in this game. There were some weird ones in past KOF games. Not this one. Show me geese combo. Okay. Combo. Combo. Dropped it. Combo. Her. Combo. Home. You a loser. And he has some corner stuff too. Yeah, there you go. Oh. This is a hard one. Got it. Nope. Oops. Oh boy. Six, two, seven. Can I do this? Okay. That won't work mid-screen though. Yeah. Multi-hitting water move and follow up with the uppercut swing. I mean this. So this is her close heavy punch. It hits 3 times, and the first hit is cancelable into special moves. And this is their special move. The light version is just this. The heavy version, which is not ever used ever, is a cross-up. So if they're cornered, it doesn't do anything. Even if they jump. And the EX version is like the light version, but it hits twice. It hits an extra time, and you can juggle after that. But it doesn't work from far away. Whereas the light version does. If you're too far away, you just gotta do this. How am I going to spend 2.5 in the corner off of heavies? I don't know. So I'm going to skip those for now. And do these. Yes, EX moves and, well, yeah. EX moves take half a bar. I believe this is the first KOF game to ever do that. They usually cost the same as a super. But additionally you have this, which costs 1, but if it hits, it refunds half. And you also have Rock's unique climax, which permanently buffs his attacks until the end of the round and builds him back half a bar. Those are the ways you get half. You can use and spend and gain half bars. Whoops. Nope. Close. Close. It's starting to feel like a 1-frame window. Not a 2-frame window. It might depend on the character, how big the window is. But it should always be possible against every character. They might change this in the future. You're allowed to plink in any game. The question is it useful? And no. Plinking is only a strategy that's used in Street Fighter 4 and Street Fighter Cross Tekken, and nothing else. There's no other game that I know of that has plinking as a strategy, which is to say, if you press 2 buttons on consecutive frames, the game will re-register your button press as if it had just been pressed on 2 consecutive frames, which is normally impossible, because if you somehow manage to press a button twice on 2 consecutive frames, the game normally interprets that as you just holding the button down for 2 frames. So the system has to specifically have a built-in case that detects one frame you press one button and the next frame you press a different button, and that's how it handles making simultaneous button presses work. This game does allow you, so did you see that? To activate max mode, you press B plus C, but if you press the buttons like not on the same frame, it'll still give it to you. This is not because of plinking. This is because the game allows you to cancel certain things into certain other things on their first few frames. For example, I can cancel a normal into a roll. On its first 3 frames. If I wait 3 frames, it doesn't do it doesn't work. But if I hit a button on the 3rd frame, I can cancel the roll. And notice I don't have to press the buttons on the same frame. Like I'm allowed to press A, release A, and then press B. And it still gives me the roll. If I'm fast enough. Like that. See? So it's a fundamentally different way of implementing the same thing with less glitches. Because the way plinking works, you have to... It literally re-registers your input a second time. Whereas in this game, instead of it duplicating your input, it accepts fewer inputs. Which is to say there is a clause in the animation for light punch that says if they press light kick during these frames, give them a roll. Like that. If you press light kick during the first 3 frames of the animation of light punch, you'll get a roll instead. Obviously not if you chain. Right? Chain attacks are very different. And the whole reason this exists, by the way, is because they don't want you to have to press 2 buttons at the same time. Kof 13, you have to press 2 buttons at the same time to perform an EX special move. And they've removed that. So now the first 3 frames of all your special moves... Come on. The first 3 frames of all your special moves can now be cancelled into the EX versions of those moves. And this is true for anything that requires more than 1 button press. So this, the CD, you're allowed to plink the CD. Any EX move, max mode you're allowed to plink, or any other move that requires 2 buttons. Or more. And as far as we know, there is no useful, practical way to use this. Like in Street Fighter 4, you have plinking, which makes combos easier. That doesn't work in this game. And also in Street Fighter 4, you can Kara moves, and certain moves have unique properties on their first frame. For example, there were normals that moved you forward on the first frame. Also, throws were 2 buttons, which means that you could Kara into them. And there were no specific exceptions. This was just a general rule, which means that you were allowed to Kara any normal attack into a throw, even if the normal attack was not a light punch or light kick. So Ken, for example, would do his forward medium kick command normal and Kara that into a throw, and it would gain massively increased range. Another example is Abel had a wake up move with armor on it. That was his quarter forward both punches, or 2 punches. However, if they triggered the armor on the first frame, you could then cancel it into a different move. Because they triggered the armor on the first frame, which caused hit stop. And then you would be able to cancel it into a completely different move because it was the first frame and it would consider it a Kara cancel. As far as we know, the first frames of all normals don't really do anything. So there's no actual practical use for it in Kof 15. Nope. Nope. Oh, whoops, I didn't do the move. Oops. Actually, for all these, I can be doing this starter. Which is more damage. It's 10 points more damage. This is like 810, 804. Close. Nine, 4, 6. Because people have not come up with the most optimal combos. Let me Google. Kof 15 Darley combos. Let's check out the Dream Cancel wiki. Hi, puppy. Yep, quarter forward A. Yep, yeah. That one, that one. I got all those. Okay. EX. Bam. Okay, that's correct. This is corner only? Yeah, corner only. That's wrong. They're already wrong. So... yeah, they're already wrong. The combo they have written down is this one. They have light starter, so... and then this. That's what they have written down. That is 346 damage. However, the optimal combo that I found is this one, which is a lot harder, but it exists. Bam! For 404. So they don't even list the hard combo. Do I have an update wiki? I make my own wiki. Is there any note in here at all about... don't think so. Wait, C? Really? That does not work. They just straight up lie. Close C3, close C1. There's no chance this works. It doesn't work. Maybe they meant that. 976. Nope. Maybe it was a patched out combo, so they're not updated. All of mine are updated, because as soon as the patch drops, I immediately go through and I'm like, okay, these combos don't work anymore. I need to replace these, and I do everything all over again. Like I know my wiki's updated. For this game, at least. Eight, 7, 9. Yeah. So that's why I don't trust wikis. Like I will watch videos and I will read wikis if they exist and I will note them, but I will make sure they're right. I won't just trust them on their word. And I will look for better things that they don't have listed. Because most of the time there is something new. Anyway. Hi, puppy. British she's a Chiweenie. She is a Chihuahua wiener dog. She is ferocious. She's literally eating me alive right now. And it's time to end the stream anyway. Stream for 5 hours. Hi, puppy. Hi, puppy. Say bye, puppy. You wanna go outside? Hmm? You wanna go outside? Hmm?